Hi everybody! Today we will be making a card box. I wasn't going to do this as a video because this was a redo, is a redo. And so the person that asked me to redo this was for a few reasons. Because when you pick the box up, okay, it's not very substantial and it doesn't hold its shape. That's because the type of board or mat board, whatever they used on the interior, is too weak. They should have used potentially maybe a chipboard, or here's a little lesson in mat boards. So mat boards come in a variety of thicknesses. So this is a black core, but you can get this in standard white. But when you make a mat using this and you bevel it, there's a nice black line that appears. But you can get this in white core like this. Okay. This shows you the thickness though, I think pretty well comparatively. So here's the black core, and it is, oh, I forget how many, there's different sizes. So this looks like 3 mil, 3 millimeters, and this is like 1 mil. So this mat board is the mat board that I got from Hobby Lobby. It is extremely thin. I use this on the interior of my lobster traps because I have to score it so that I can arch it into the little curved top shape. So I don't like to have to try to do this big heavy kind, because then it's just, you know how much I hate mat board in the first place. But having to do heavy thick really would put me over the top. So you can see, holding it up like this, the difference between the thickness of the black core versus, so this is 3 mils, this is 1 mil. This would give me a nice heavy side, but see how it's still a little bendy? I really don't want it bendy at all. So that's why I am going to use the 1/8 inch foam core, like I always do, because I really don't like using that board, as you know. It's a pain to cut. So the other issue with this was that this piece was, I put this over a piece of mat board, that heavy black core, because I wanted the thinnest profile I could get. And while I could have used the 1 mil to make it even thinner, I still wanted some decent rigidity to it. So if somebody did pick it up over the top like that again, that we wouldn't have the same issue, and that this will contribute to the stability. So this was done yesterday. I wasn't going to do this video per se. Sorry if I'm repeating. This is like the third time I've shot at the beginning. So this is all of the waste canvas that was left for me from the previous finisher. So what you should have is at least, I like a 1/2 inch of waste canvas to be able to fold over, because you really got to pull, you glue down one side and pull against the other to be able to have a taut surface. All right. And you do the same thing on, glue down one side, pull the other side. I tried to make sure that you could not see any waste canvas around the edge, but I can see a little bit peeking through there that's going to be covered with a piece of trim. But the one thing I've learned in teaching in-person classes is do not count on cording or trim to cover everything. It just doesn't. So we definitely try to make sure that when we look at it like this, we really try not to see any of that white. But we'll just go with it. I'm pretty sure it'll be coverable. Fingers crossed. So the other issue that we had with this was that they glued this item on. They sewed this cording on, but then they didn't tack it onto the box at all. So I know that some people can't do sewing or gluing, or sewing, so they do gluing. And they obviously used, it looks like Eileen's because it's got a white residue, pretty typical for that particular glue. If I use anything, I use Fabri-Tac. And so I would have liked to have seen a little bit of help to have some longevity over time with this. The other issue with this box was that these beads were just glued onto the bottom and they were very wiggly. They definitely would not have stood the test of time. This particular fabric was also an issue. This red velveteen is a polyester. You can just tell by the way it lays. And while it is a great color and it matches the needlepoint perfectly, this is the other reason why the glue would have failed, because it doesn't really soak down in and pressure wasn't kept. I mean, this quite literally just popped right off. Unfortunately, this person is so close to having it not be an issue. And one of the ways to do that we'll talk about in a minute about this whole situation. Okay, so I just had to pause the video because I got interrupted a minute ago with a phone call, and I wasn't sure if I had talked to you about the mat, if I had recorded the mat board thing already, but we have. So moving on. So the feet were not gonna cut it. Plus this particular velveteen, being that it's polyester and it has no fusible interfacing to help it stay stabilized, as she sewed it, it started to ripple. It's so difficult to sew velveteen in the first place, but without stabilizer, it's even worse. So while she was really so close, I was asked to redo this, and the person was so very upset that I went ahead and said yes, even though I'm not doing general finishing anymore. So here we go. How are we going to remedy this? Well, one way is we are going to put it together very much like, sorry, I have everything set up around me. My desk is a little bigger at the new studio, so not everything is as close. So the first thing that we're going to do is clear a little space. All right. And the reason I have to clear a little space is because I'm about to put down a really long piece of material, because we're going to do it just like I do the other boxes that I have on my videos, which is the box stand up with feet. I think this will be a really great finish for everyone who has a small piece that they would like to make into something bigger. So here we have the sides, which are, I did a little prep ahead of time just because this has a lot of elements. So this is 7 by 9. I wanted to make sure I got that right. I cut the foam core and then I beveled all the edges. Now, why did I bevel the edges? This isn't an ornament. Why are we doing this? Well, because when we put all of these pieces together, we want a nice crisp corner. Oh, that reminds me, I need my clear tape. Hold, please. So one of the ways that I test out the sizes, which I didn't do in that other box video, is you can lay all of your pieces like so. Put them right up next to each other. Okay. And grab a piece of clear tape. So. Okay. This is especially nice trick, for when you're doing the other boxes, because with those long side panels that I do, you want to double check that all of those are going to come together and that you can lay your needlepoint piece all out. So make believe that this piece, or one of the big pieces, is a piece of needlepoint. So when we put these 3 back pieces together for the needlepoint, we are using the needlepoint to determine the back piece size, right? Makes sense. Front and your back need to be equal. You don't do this from the size of the foam core you put inside your needlepoint piece. You do this by measuring your final piece, which I think was a pretty big lesson that I did on that one because I mucked it up and made it the wrong size on that video. That one. Alright, so if you were doing a piece that just had needlepoint in the front, you measured it, you wrapped the canvas around the piece of foam core, then you would measure the outer area of your needlepoint. That's how you get the dimensions for your back piece and your size, your height, right? And then you would take your needlepoint piece and lay it on top like this and pin it together just to test what your box would look like. Okay? That gives you the test before you glue all of this fabric together on your edges. So, person that asked me to do this really liked the fabrics that were used, but unfortunately I wasn't able to salvage the fabric because of the type of fabric that it was. So I am, especially with the big glue mark, it wasn't going to work. So I am going to do this so that when I flip it over and when I go to glue all of my fabric over around all of these people, we're just making a box that's covered in fabric. Okay, and we're going to put feet on it, and they're going to be hopefully extremely stable feet. And I think that the size of them also works a little bit better. So that's pretty close to what I can go up a little like that. All right. So here we go. Here is our fabric. I got this faux ultra suede from Joann's. Okay. I want you to, I do not love this for certain things. This box, it is the right color, and that is why we're using it. People ask me all the time, what's the color that you use, or what's the fabric, da da da. The fabric is dictated by color for me. I usually use whatever color is best, and I figure out a way to make the fabric work. So we're gonna put it like this. And I am, hold on, cutting around this piece. I'm going to leave about a ½ inch. Why do I not love this fabric for this? I want, you can see all of the wood from my piece on this fabric, but don't worry, it all comes off with a sticky roller. I don't know what it is about this fabric, but it loves to catch things like that when I'm working. All right, so it doesn't give me a fabulously hard edge, which for a box is preferred, but don't worry, it'll look great because our cording is going to cover some, and that reminds me, what do I have for cording? That's going to be a break. Let's see if we even need it by the time we're done. I think we probably will. So funny. I had to put the air conditioning on because, oof, my one set of lights that are above me get a tiny bit warm. Let's move this down so you can see. Try to make sure you can see what I'm doing. Now, I had already put the fusible interfacing on this. Yes, even on the Ultra Suede, I do that. Alright. I'm going to move this down a skosh. Okay. And I'm going to put a little dart there. A little dart there. Get my glue gun up. Put it up. One of the things I found is if you're using mat board and you decide that you need some stability. Doing the hot gluing of the fabric on the piece actually lends it to a little bit sturdier. And this fabric, the thickness of it, could potentially do the same thing. So I am getting this set on here so that it's not going to shift as I'm working down it on the other sides. So my skin is really dry, so I just kind of, yeah, moistened my fingers. All right. And I'm pulling, pulling, pulling. If you've never upholstered anything, the rule of thumb, or stretched canvas over a frame, is the rule of thumb is start in the middle on one side, pull against the other side, tack it on the other side. Then you do the left and the right. So now it's stabilized. And then you just keep doing opposite, 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 opposite. All right. Now I decided to do it this way because even though we will have one seam that is going to be, there will only be one seam on one of the back corners, okay? And I could have done it where, you know, all the sides have seams, but from the front, I'd really like it to be a seamless box. I think it'll look prettier. And when we put all of the ribbon and embellishments over it, I think that, and the way we sew the sides up with the curved needle, that we should be able to get away with not having to put any treatment on the corners. In fact, I'll do my best, but if that's my only kind of little flawed area, then that's my only little flawed area. I'm not going to cover that one seam. It's going to be interesting how these other, how the ribbons and everything change it. At first, I was going to put a matte window in this piece and inset the needlepoint into it so that the front side, but then when I started thinking about, so it was, you know, flush with the front side, but then I started thinking about it and I was like, I don't know. What am I going to do with these ribbons? And how am I going to do those kind of embellishments? And it was definitely too plain the way that it was done. If there was a printed fabric, maybe we'd be able to get away with a little less. But this canvas is kind of basic. It's a simple design, just a fancy stitch on the back and then the person's initial and a cute little bee. And so, you know, let's try to make the design elements. Okay, I grabbed my glue stick. I knew I was going to need one. Excuse me. Alright. And there. And go like that. That. Pulling, pulling, pulling. Now, one of the really great things that's going to happen once we get all of this put around and then we bend up all the sides is it's going to stretch that fabric nice and tight. Okay. This is where we love our nip scissors. Okay. Now, you're going, Kelly, seriously, I'm not doing this. But I really want you to pay attention to, it doesn't take that long to make this part of your box. It doesn't. It's a lot of steps, I know, but you know, I have faith in you that you can do this. I'm going to put a little bit of glue there because I got a bit of fuzzy from the cutting that dart in there. And it doesn't have to be right now, but sometimes I like doing it beforehand so it doesn't fray even more. And then I have to try to wedge it. I just will just cap that right now. All of them. Okay. And there. And there we go. And there. Just remember, I have asbestos fingers. Be very careful. This is high temp hot glue. Get yourself some silicone fingertips. That look like this. Okay. So now that we have all of that, let's finish our ends up here. Just trying to make sure I'm staying in camera. Dart. And take out that pizza pie. Okay. So in my past, I have gotten this all the way done, and when it came to needlepoint ones, because I've actually never done a box like this before. But again, I think it's a really nice idea. Okay. Like Let's cut that dart down a little. Pull that back down a little again. There. And yeah, I'm cutting it right down to the nub. Make a little V with my fingers and pinch and pull over. Come back in. You want to try to keep that as square of a corner as possible, which is not always possible, but we do our best. Okay. And when we're done, I'm going to take some masking tape and get all of this junk off of this material. And of course, I'm holding it right behind the overlay. Just put down a nice bead. Oh, I'm a little short. So since I'm a little short, I have to add a little lower or smear that down lower. Okay. Now, don't think you're not going to get away with some sewing in this, because you are going to have to do some sewing. Obviously, if you're using a straight needle, more than likely you'll have to use some cording to cover up your stitches. That's one of the issues on that other box, is that the front seams have cording on them, but the back ones don't, which you really should take the time to do both. Okay, ta-da! Here we go. So, one of the things you need to think about is, if your material is thick, you are going to need to accommodate for the thickness of the material. So, you may have to take and make your ends that are your back and one of your sides is going to have to be smaller to accommodate the thickness of the material. So you may have to make your boards a 1/16 of an inch smaller. Is it going to be a huge difference? Only if you have serious OCD and cannot handle that there is a slight, that the back side is slightly bigger than the front. Now, my camera is giving an optical illusion here. It really is square. But needless to say, something you need to think about. So, I pin 2 from one side and just one, grabbing, instead of grabbing this material like I did here, I'm going to grab the side material and go in here. And why am I doing that? Because it angles it in different ways. All right, so this is my back. edge. We do not cut the bottom piece until we put this together, because we don't want it too big. So 9 is going to work. Now see, because we have this seam on the back side and we're putting these two corners together, this end, this is 9 to there, okay? But the front is like 9 and 15/16. So it's a tiny bit smaller. We're not going to worry about that. We're going to be putting this on and then sewing it on, and we'll put a piece of cording around the bottom and or we'll see how it sits down in. We'll see. Because if I put, I could make it 8 7/8. Hold on. Because my memory is terrible. So we're going to do 8 7/8 by 3 7/8. Okay. All right, so now we're going to do the bottom. Okay. Okay. And 7/8. This should accommodate our material thickness, because with the ultra suede, 8 7/8, the ultra suede is a little thick, even though it is the faux ultra suede. So it's better to just accommodate it. Now, this is our facing the bottom. We beveled this side. And why do we bevel that side? Because the side that I just turned down is the most perfectly cut side. The opposite side is not, because our blade just went doo 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 as we cut it. All right. Okay. So this is the same as I did on the box. I bevel it so that when it comes up in, it has the most precise hard edge. Okay, so this has a nap. I'm going to make sure that the nap points to the front. When I say that, the nap, if you put your hand on the bottom, as you push across it, it would stay smooth as you picked it up. I know, I'm ridiculous. Who's gonna notice? I would notice. If it doesn't bother you, don't worry about it. But you do have to worry about it if you're using directional fabrics. Here's a thought. Use a solid piece on the bottom so you don't have to try to match plaids or stripes. because the majority of the people aren't going to look at the bottom and go, oh my gosh, that's a solid color. Psh, they don't care. Okay. So let's start this side, this corner, and that corner, and get this side on and stabilized. I definitely didn't do a 1/2 inch. Maybe I did. Maybe I'm just getting bad about... Yeah, I did. So give yourself 3/4 of an inch, not a 1/2. Oh, did you see what I just did? I didn't dart it. What a pain, what a pain. So, my studio is next to a bakery. And I wish we had smell-o-vision because it smells like croissants and vanilla cake. I think it might be my undoing, or my waist's undoing. Okay. So let's go ahead and that. Come right on the edge. Right. Now, why did I not test putting this in the bottom of the box? Well, because until I get this material on, I don't know if it's going to fit. That's it, right there in a nutshell. Okay. Oh, rats. I still got one more. Okay. All right. So now this is where we test it. It should be applicable to either side. Woo, look at that. Fits right down in. Why is this important? Because now, so if I'd made it a little bigger, I would have been able to see it from the front, and I would have had to have trimmed out that seam. But now I shouldn't have to. Maybe. Let's hope. Okay. All the little glue things, they'll come off with the masking tape. Gotta not be so compulsive while I'm working on it. Okay. Yes. Trying to decide if I need. Oh, look at that. That's perfect size. Okay. Feet. Look at these little chunky feet. Aren't they cute? Meh. They are. I like these. So these are the dowel caps from Hobby Lobby. I'm sure you can find them other places online. And what I did is I filled it up with hot glue and I sunk a screw in there, a wood screw that looks like this. But this was for a different project. It was for a piece that had solid core. So we have to do something a little differently because we don't want to have to come this high up and lose a lot of our box. So we are going to kind of create a false bottom to this on the interior. So I went through and really wished I had done this, been able to do this prior. I already had these feet when I started this. So the gold went so well with all of the other gold accents. I was like, well, I got to use these. So I quite simply took a hacksaw and I put it up against this, and this gold is from the screw, and I sawed it off by hand. Yeah, by hand, because I'm that ridiculous. All right, so that's how I achieved shorter. I advise you just get a shorter screw next time so that if you don't have to do that. But since this is what I had, and I didn't want you to go, that's a weird looking screw. Where do I find that? Yeah. Just use a shorter screw. All right. Now, I am also going to be utilizing, these are little rubber gaskets. See how tiny the hole is? You can kind of see. We're going to twist these down on. Think of them like a back for an earring. I want to give it a little help to staying in since it's unscrewable. And as I was a very precocious child and would try to figure out how things were put together, totally would have unscrewed these and just to see. And then once you start doing that, you start kind of messing it up, the longevity of it. So at this point, come on, paintbrush bristle. take my ruler. This is why I love my quilting ruler. And my lovely thick dowel needle. And I'm going to put a pilot hole maybe I should have done a 1/2 inch. I love them because I can see where that inch is. Guess what? The pilot hole's been made. We are utilizing the 1-inch pilot hole. Now, the reason I'm doing this is these don't have points anymore. And I can't just twist it up through. I also like to do it because as you screw this up through, this material could potentially start to twist and pinch and spin. So let's just give it a little hole so it can expand. All right. And I have to say, I was really torquing on those, and those screws didn't come out with the hot glue in there. You might have been going, Kelly, well, you can fill them with wood glue if you want. You can fill them with whatever one makes your little heart feel like it is going to last. But these are going to be so much better than the other, just gluing it on. I am putting a little slit in the fabric. I am just nicking the edge. Okay. Why am I doing this? Well, because of that reason I just said. I want it to be able to expand. Can't even see the nicks, so I'm not even going to try to show. Now let's see if we can get these up in. Here we go. Screw it right in there. And I'm starting that rough edge by putting it in like that. Oh yeah, it's not making that material move at all. Here, I'll put this up here so maybe you can see it a little better. Okay. While I'm here, I'm just going to take this. Now, would this stop a child from taking it out? No. You could also put a little bolt on here with a washer and a nut, like I did for one of the Christmas things I did. That was a big tomb, arch top stand up that I had pictures of on Instagram or Facebook or whatever. Okay. Right. think somebody's having a wedding consultation next door at the bakery. Or party. Who knows? All right. Look at that. How exciting. All right. Why the big sigh, Kelly? Because it's almost time to sew. So we're just going to pretty sure this was the side we just set this into. Boop. All right. The only thing that I may kind of regret, not regret, but a challenge could be all of the, yeah, that. Hmm. That the ultra suede is a little thick, and there's, there's just no getting around that aspect of it. It is the material I needed to use. A, because of the color. B, because yummy. It's a yummy fabric. And it just is what it is sometimes. So these are the challenges that we have as finishers. I look at some things and go, wow, not my favorite fabric to use because it presents me with, pulling the needle issues or whatever, but it is the perfect fabric because, wow, that made it. And that's what you do. Like I said, I'm kind of winging it on some of this. I mean, I know the basics. Here's our box. Okay. Okay. One of the next challenges will be once we get all of the seams sewn down. But I mean, look at how nice that seamless box is. The next challenge will be, once it's all sewn down, is we have to attach this to the front, right? And again, it's going to be pilot holes through, sewing it through, tack it on, but this is all after. I was right. It's a little wedding consult. Sorry. But we're going to do the ribbon first, and we're going to do, okay, and the last thing we do is the lining. And the reason I'm doing it that way is because I have to get this secured on, putting it through, then the lining. Could I have put the feet on after? Potentially. It would have been a little harder, awkward putting it together to get the rubber feet on. But, do it whichever way makes sense to you. Okay. Here we go. Oh, you know what? think we're having a luncheon next door. Some people just left. Because they still sound like they're partying. Alright. And glue the knot. So I'm grabbing my skinny needle. It has a lovely nice point on the end. Right? Here's my finger grips. Here's my finger. Right. My leather finger pad decided to be silly. Fall. All right. Shall I sing the praises of the curved needle, or will I make you roll your eyes back in your head? Some people consider them evil, as I do at certain times, because it makes my finger go, ay, 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 ay. My thumb, actually. Okay, like this. You can hear my little pins hitting the table. So I'm going to start this way, put my needle in, bring it up, because that way I'm not trying to come in through a bunch of glue that is at the corner. That is why I just did this. All right, like that. Okay. And I'm grabbing the material here. Trying to see if I'm really out of focus. Yeah, I kind of am. Okay, let me readjust. Okay. Make it so it doesn't auto adjust constantly as my hand comes back and forth. And I'm only doing this at the top right now because of making sure it stays nice and strong seam. So going back in. Okay. I'm grabbing the material that's in between, not right up on the edge, because we want to try to hide it. Alright. I believe this is called a ladder stitch. And we're doing little stitches because smaller the stitch, the finer the edge will look. And we can always come back afterwards and steam these edges down a little bit. Can't get too nuts with it because of the ultra suede. I know, daunting, right? But I'm hoping taking my time, doing the lacing back and forth. Means I don't have to put a piece of trim to cover my mechanics because you can see the thread. Let's take that out. Now as I pull, I don't know if you can see it, it's making some sort of puckery marks, but as I go they don't stay super tight, and so that's why we can come back and push it. It's more about the needle bending the fiber, the fabric, than about it puckering. So we just come back over with our finger and it'll smooth right out. But it's as soon as I let go, that tension does not remain, and that will go away the further down I get. Grabbing the opposite side. Right, front, back, front, back, front, back. Right. Rats. Okay. Stop. Bouncing all over. So I was torquing on that a little too hard. Let's see if this is the right package. 23s, yes. So these are the needles I am using. I got them on Amazon. They were also for sale on, pay attention to the 23, on eBay. And they might seem like they're a little expensive, but you get 20 in a pack, I think. And it is worth it. Yes, I just broke the eye of the needle. That's what I broke, trying to cram it and manipulate it and being a little too robust. Okay. Is tip broken? So the point on this one seems a little not as pointy as the other one. The issue with the Dritz needles is that, for me, especially for something like this, using the Ultra Suede, like I said, was a little harder to go through. The point, it's got a point on the Dritz, but the gauge seems so much heavier that it is leaves a huge hole when you pull it through. And I've been looking for years because, you know, whomever bought Dritz or whoever their manufacturing company is now, they changed. Let's see if I can. Oh, good. Yeah, good. You can see how dry my skin is. Oh, jeez. Oh, yeah. Not the most appealing. So I have tried in the past to, like, put some hand lotion on right before I do it, and then I go to use the curved needle, and it's like, whip, whip, whip. Can't grab it. It behaves badly and annoys me and makes me cranky, so I don't know. Push, gentle, gentle, don't break the needle. So anyway, so the Dritz are too thick, and so then you go down to a thinner gauge, which the bigger the number, the thinner the gauge. That's why this is a 23. And then maybe this is my uber thin ones. I don't know. Because I know I had another pack that I thought were 21s. But I have set them somewhere. Right? questioning my sanity. Hold on, please. Sorry, I'm still looking at my clear drawers to see where my other pack of these might be. I don't know. I do not know. I'll have to look at this once I'm done. Come on. There. All right. Okay. I bet you they're having cake next door. What do you think? I think so. Did you know cake's my favorite? That's why it could be my downfall. Watching paint dry, Kelly's hand sewing. Not sure how you guys do it. Okay, so I think you might find this funny. At multiple times, not just once, which terrifying in some respects. During classes, different people have told me that, and probably because of what I'm doing right now, that when they can't sleep, they put my video on and I put them to sleep. What? I get that. Do, 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 do. I can't say I'm halfway there, but I'm getting there. Now, one of the things that I find, because it's not just with material, but with when it's a needlepoint piece, oh, sugar. Yep, these are the skinny ones. Okay. Putting you on hold. They were right there. I just didn't see them in my silly drawer. I even had my magnifying glasses on and still didn't see them. Jeez. That ain't good. Okay. Okay, now I gotta put my magnifying glasses back on. Jeez. There. Now I can see that there is a tiny bit of glue. Watch this. That got smeared. So I'm going to take Now, don't go too nuts, because as you can see, some of the nap has pulled off. A little bit of fuzz that's on there. Not a ton. That's one trick for getting little glue schmutz that stuck on there. So, don't get the 23 gauge. Definitely get the other 21 gauge if you're going to purchase these needles. They're still delicate, but not that delicate. I probably would have went through quite a few more by the time I got around this. Now, I probably could have found a gold. Oh, my thumb will be howling tonight. We're doing that move right there. Okay. This is creating a sharper edge than I thought I was going to get. Happy days. But I probably, like I said, I could have gone and gotten some of the gold drawer pulls from that are glass and very weighty, but from Hobby Lobby that I have used in the past, but or even like some little brass ones, whatever. But again, those drawer pulls have a long post on them, so you have to uh, so you have to yeah, that. Cut them with the little blade. Okay. Oh. Cruising along at this point. Grab that there. Actually, you can see that little hole, right? It pulls it right to it. Not perfect, but I might have to get another piece of fishing line. You start to bake and you struggle with too long and you struggle to keep it going. You start too small. You take the risk of it breaking the closer you get to the end. Trying to come up there so that we can grab through this not so square corner. And pull it. Like that. Okay, so at this point, I am going to say to you all, you can do this. I know you're looking at me going around this edge going, you're not funny. This is not something I want to take on. But you can do this. All right? Okay, just making sure I'm still in focus. Sorry, I'm trying to get some little glue spider webs off. only reason I got those was because I glued so close to the edge and smeared it off my fingers to get rid of that excess glue bead. So I just lifted that with my needle so I could try to get the underside of the fabric. So I'm trying my best to keep it on the interior of that seam. Almost there, almost there. That's two. Now, you're probably thinking, Kelly, it is not worth it. I'll go to the thicker needle, or even better yet, I'm never doing this. You've just broken, well, three, including that one that was the really super skinny one. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'll show you in a minute. I would not have as nice of an edge with the fatter Dritz standard quilting curved needle. Because the gauge is so thick. And I want you to know, I bust those as much as I bust these sometimes. There. They're definitely not as good a quality needle as they used to be. And I would rather put up with the breakage of these and have a nice point that goes, fine point that goes through things, than to sit and struggle with the other kind, which I do. Not saying I don't use them anymore, but there are only very specific things that I use them on. Finally! Okay, you can see there's a little pull. But it's pretty nominal comparatively. One, do two. Then we take our needle and we put it through, bring it way down here, pull the tail way through, make that knot disappear inside, push everybody around, and nip it off. You always want a long tail on that. Okay, not too shabby, right? You can see that what I'm doing is I'm pushing that foam core, trying to make sure it's as smooth as it can possibly be. You know, sewn together, you're going to get a little bumpage. But I'm really happy with that. Yeah. Okay. Now I have to do a quick tape down and try to get a lot of the schmutz off of this, because we're going to put all the time to put the ribbon on. I'm going to pause this so you guys don't have to watch how boring. All right. So I did a little laying out and a little measuring, and after I deschmutzified my box here. So what we need to do, so this is everything that was given to me. You know, lots of it. And so like I said, my first thought was to take it and inset this into a window, okay? But then when the ribbon came into play, it's like, how do I attach it and have it look right and have it work? And so I said, okay, well, let's keep this raised and we can begin and end our pieces here. So now inch and 3/4 from the top, inch and a half from that side. Measuring this way, that way. It's an inch and a half there. That's an inch and 3/4. Make sure I can look at it straight down. Yeah, not bad. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to mark this. There and there. A little. And this is uh, 3/5/16. This edge. Three. And 5/16. 7/16. Yeah. Right. Yep. I'm gonna take this, cut it. Okay. And fold this side in half. Because I don't do fractions and halves and this and that and oy oy oy. So math is not my strong suit. And there's my center. And that side should be able to follow the stitch right across, but okay. All right. Why did I just do that? Well, because I gotta know where the middle is so I can put my star ribbon in the middle. Okay, like so. Bring it around. I think that's my hole right there. See it? Mm-hmm. Yep, there it is. That the center there. There's the center hole there. Okay. But essentially what we're gonna do is measure down there. It's 3 1/4. So we're gonna make sure that goes to 3 1/4. See, that's way too high. Corner. All right. There we go. 3 1/4. All right. All right. Don't want anything getting too shifty. So in these open weave of the star, pop a pin through. Keep everybody where they're supposed to be. Okay. That way you can't see it. Sit down here. This is another benefit of foam core. You can put a pilot hole through the other, but it's not very fun through mat board. So now we have, you know what, I'll come back and deal with that if it shifts, because I gotta lay this down. So now we have our thicker ribbon. Okay. I'm going to write it right on that edge. It has a little brown edge to it, and that 1.5 is like here. I'm only going to pin this side. I think I'm way over. I think I did not give myself that much leeway for ribbon going behind. Now I'm only pinning the one side of this end, because it had a bit of a curve by the way it was woven. Okay. Sorry, but I have a pin on the back side. Boop. You're gonna have to watch from here. And I want to make sure that that's running and just hitting there. So there's a bit of brown. One side has more brown than the other. I'm going to put the thicker brown in between the stars. And, okay, you'll see what I mean. Again, I'm going to come back and adjust the back side after because of all the pins. Can't lay it flat, and I want to be able to lay it flat. This here, and here. And we'll come back to this side and pull. And why am I pulling that? Because like I said, there was a little curve because of the way it was manufactured. Okay. Let me make sure that I'm in 1.5 inches. Completely. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And don't ask me how I pulled off that other thing because centering it, no idea. All right. So I'm debating on how to attach these because I don't want there to be an issue with them separating. But I know that this one will not do well with the glue that I have. Okay, so I gotta do it like this again. And why won't it? Well, because of the weave, it just won't. That metallic, it's gonna look like there's marks everywhere. And so I'm not quite sure if I'm just going to put it on the bottom edge of this one so that this doesn't move. I'm just not sure yet. In a perfect world, I'd be able to sew this on. I just don't think it would work well. Um, see, it's gonna buckle if I don't get it over. That little edge, I feel. Now, like I said, the back's going to be a little shifty. And I can see, sugar. Just ripped out some of that. Let's see that I am going to have to move this other one down. It's not hitting the one edge it needs to hit. Okay. So have to lift it up, put it back over one edge of the star ribbon. Like so. And pin it. Then take that side, grab that edge, and pin. Okay. Move that. Yep. Looks good. Okay. And this. Pull under like that. Ah! Okay. All right. Now, See what that's doing. Okay. This one. There we go. Like that. Good. Good. Okay. Oh. So I have a little bottle. Sorry about that. And as you can tell, I have yet to use this little bottle. It's a precision dispensing bottle. Okay, sorry, just making sure it's still sort of focused. All right, there's that. A lot of this is just engineering. Having never done one before, you have to look at it and go, okay, I think I can get away with the little wider bore to slide. Yeah, I think I'm okay with this one. So we take that, do that. Oh dear. You wonder why our hands are not nice anymore. Definitely have working hands. So I'm going to put this glue. Geez, do I even have anything left in this bottle? Oh, there we go. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now we put that into there. I think I got this at Hobby Lobby, something like that. Hope I did that right. Better test it out on something else and not over the top of my... Oh, there it is. Okay. So let me grab my pin and lift that up just a tiny bit. Start with a bead right there. I'm just going to press that down. Now I can see that I need to push that down the tiniest of bits. Okay. Next time I'm going to leave this laying on its side because then it's halfway there. Okay. Now, gotta make sure that we don't have any glue on our hands as we work our way around. Sometimes we don't even know we've got it on us. And that's why a lot of people don't like glue, because they think it's very difficult to work with. Now, if you think that you have a little outside of where you want it, take your pin and run it along that edge where you think it is. Now, I'm pretty sure that's within my 1.5 inch mark, so I'm not going to get too nuts. Okay. Take pin needle, shove that under. Okay. Just like that. Okay. Turn it. I'm gonna lift that. Just gonna secure the best that I can as I go around. And now I think I'm going to go do the front side on the opposite side. Okay, I'm gonna wipe off some boogers. And yeah, it doesn't look like it's shifted. Do the opposite side. Ooh, push that under. Put that right down under. A little sloppier because that was my left hand that I was doing that with. And pressure, pressure, pressure. Okay. And you know what? Here. Actually, we don't need to do the outside because we're putting another piece of trim over the out. So let's just concentrate on the center ribbons. Okay. Turn it. And lift this up. So when you're marrying things like this together, I would love to be able to sew these edges together. But what I learned when I was doing grosgrain belts is that when you stitch one way and then you go to stitch the other way, because I would have to marry pieces of grosgrain together to do the back and to do the tails, you know, you know what I'm talking about. And what happens is that it's because of the way they're manufactured, it would pull going one way or it would pull going another way, and it was a real problem. In fact, it was a stinking nightmare a lot of the times. So, you know, we've tried to find ways to do things that are, how do I want to say it? Less labor intensive, give you a better production time, finishing time, whatever you want to say. It's really hard because when you are doing this is why so many people don't do. I hope there's actually glue coming out of this thing. Oh, there is. Okay. Um, because they don't want to do things like this because of the amount of time it takes. It takes a long time to do things that are not your standard round ornament. You know, you're fabricating a box. You are, and so they, you know, as a production finisher, you're trying to get stuff out the door, and you know, you have 50 more pieces to do, and I do not begrudge anybody trying to utilize alternative ways of getting things put together and doing your production work. Oh, that's pretty. I like that. I don't know what you guys think of it, but it kind of makes me happy. Quite satisfying. Oop. Put this down. Put a little pressure on everybody. Makes me sound like a big meanie. I'm going to put some pressure on you. Alright, let's get this a little darker area. Right. Always have to be mindful of where your friggin' glue bottle is, that's for sure. Now this is not the final gluing I will do on these. I am doing an initial, but we are going to be tacking these ribbons down. In another way. I know, I can hear you. Kelly, I'm not doing that. I am not doing that. But for those of you that I have met over the past 3 years online who have jumped in head first and just said, I'm going for it. I know at least 4 that have just absolutely stunned me with how wonderful and the things that they just went for it. Actually, more than that, now that I think about it. Diane Shearer, Tammy Morgan, Chris Armstrong, Marzi. I mean, the list goes on and on. Robin Bradley, she's fills her days of retirement with puzzling out how to do finishing. Same with Diane in between her doing her stitching. All right. this point, I really need to move these guys out. Where's my intern? Okay. Why am I doing this? You know why I'm doing this. I'm gonna be putting that piece, needlepoint piece, in its spot. And I will probably pin it in place so that I can do the next thing. Now, in a perfect world, you'd find a nice big piece of ribbon to just go all the way around it, and you wouldn't have to marry this all together. You don't have to marry it all together. You don't have to do any of this. I'm working from what somebody else wanted, a request, and also from, I mean, how many pieces of fabric are you gonna find like this? You're just not. So sometimes you got to utilize multiple textiles to get it done. All right, now I can take these out because that's glued. That glued Fabri-Tac does not take long. It does not take long to dry. It's not as fast as hot glue. I do not advise using that versus hot glue. I only use hot glue to put material on because it expedites what we're doing. It dries quickly and then we move on. Right. Now I have some, it's interesting because I have some little B buttons here. I think I know how I want to put them on. But I'm kind of afraid to test it. Now, I want you to notice it still has a little spring, but it's not as bad as the other box. Oh, it is much more solid. So, and I'm not saying that you can't use mat board. Not saying it at all. All right, here we go. So we're going to set this like that. Oh, perfect. That works. Gives me kind of a guide. Now we come up here and inch and 3/4. Inch and 3/4. Beauty. Wow. All right. So this is our last piece of trim that we are going to put on. And the reason why I am looking at these the way I am is because I need to see if I cover that up, or do I just push this in Gripe. Kelly, stop touching things that you've already taken care of. Oh, I see what I did. Right there. Damn it. Well, okay. Okay. Going to pop that off. Take a little glue. So I licked my fingers so that the glue wouldn't stick to me, but also because if you do that and you smash it, it leaves a shine on the glue. So just in case, if it can be seen, it has a sheen to it and not a matte. But I obviously didn't have it on my fingers enough. Okay, I gotta find out. Okay. So okay. So I'm going to put it in place. Double check my 1 3/4 is still good. No shifting. I put the pins in to make sure that as I'm going around, it doesn't pull. I don't pull it out from where I just put it. Now I'm not using my precision tip thing. Who can guess the 1970s commercial I just had going through my head? I'm going to put it right along the gold edge of that ribbon. Okay? And I am going to pin it down because I don't want it to move as I go around my box. Fine, be that way, pain in my tuchus. Okay, okay. Okay, I'll just sit here and hold you because I love you and I want you to stay where I put you. There. Okay. So even though I'm moving on, whoop, I will continue to keep pressure on it. The whole key to using any type of glue, whether you are laminating wood together to make a table, is by having pressure against it as it dries. Okay. Of course, I want short pins, and I can't find short pins. Okay. Short pins, pins without glue stuck to them, hot glue usually. I just had a panic moment there when I stuttered because I was looking up to see. I'm going to let it get a little tacky for a second. I'm just going to put my fingers on the ones I just did. I think maybe the rain has passed on Cape. But there's a lot of happy people. And brides that maybe having a sunset wedding, so it didn't mess up their sunset. Yeah, I think so. Okay, we're gonna flip it around and put that down because now that will keep pressure. Hold on. going all the way up to that edge. With glue, because I still need to manipulate it. Put this back. Let's see. So I think I'm gonna cut it there, there. You off, hopefully. Actually, I think I'm gonna do one more. This is a little stretchy, so I can get away with stretching it a little more. Fuse these. Flatten it. Go away. Let's make sure. Good. Good. All right. These little guys wants to fall off. Oh, it's because it's on backwards. Ruh-roh. Precision tip. Ooh, it's got a big booger on it. Hold on. There. Okay. Let's wipe this big booger off. Right here. Where is it? The little rhinestones wants to fall off. Sorry, not allowed. Okay. I see another one that wants to go. But that's not happening. Sorry. I'm just resetting that guy right there. Toot. Okay. Here we go again. I don't think she intentionally planned on the thicknesses working out perfectly, but awesome job. So I'm going to pop that off. Going to Alright, trying to smash it as skinny as I can. And trimming. Okay. Right. So we'll put this back in here. And we line it up there. Line it there. Excellent. Okay. Oh my goodness. Out. Pretty sure that went through a piece of tape. All right. That goes like that. And we do it all over again. Da, 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 da. Wipe some boogers off. Sorry, I'm trying to find the sweet spot so I can see whether it's still in focus. Progressive lenses over the top of cheaters over the top of progressive lenses lead to funny faces, apparently. Didn't, last one I just saw in the video didn't appeal to me at all. Oh well. Now, like I said, there are some things that grosgrain ribbon, it'll go right through it. The glue does. So you always have to test what that ribbon's going to do if you try to put any kind of glues on it. Oof. Put my finger right in that. Okay. Like that. Good thing I removed a couple of rhinestones because I've got to replace a couple that I see are not on there anymore. And I am going to cut here. Try to. take off one, two, those. This is why it's nice to leave a little extra. Because you can lift unglued extra area, because you can pick it up and manipulate it a little more easily. Okay. Feel that I had some glue on my hand. Make sure didn't get it on my material. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. All right. Now, okay. There, 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 and there. All right. Now I need to decide on trim. And I know this isn't going to work, but I am trying to make sure that I know, I mean, this just is too plain. So I'm just trying to see if it will cover, and it will. But we're also going to be compressing this down to this by tacking the corners down in right through this box. Okay, so I am going to go look at some trim options that I hopefully have here and not have to go and get anything else. But I believe that this is going to be too thick and won't look right with this. You know, it's just too much. Okay, I'm not going to begin it and end it here, but that's the problem, is it going to transition nice enough. Yeah, no, it's too chunky. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, so I figured out the trim. It's just going to be a piece of gold cording around it. Maybe. I'm still on the fence about it. I don't know. So I'm just going to keep moving forward. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take, so if I press down on this piece, it makes it sway. This is one of the reasons I don't really care for mat board. Okay. Like that. So what I'm going to do, it's kind of hard to see it, but it's because of the pieces of trim that are here and here, it's going to have a void in between. So I'm going to fill that because I don't want this to bow in at all. Right? So take this, and just so I can not have to worry about it falling out all the time, I'm just going to pop that right there. Okay. Okay. Now I'm sitting here because I'm debating. And what I'm debating on is that if I do this and do the same thing and stick it on there and then tack it down, then I have to come along and sew my cording on here. Whereas if I sew my cording on the edge now while it's loose, then I can just come back and tack this onto the board straight through, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Didn't take much to get me to change that mind, did it? So I don't like pre-made cording. And people ask me all the time why. And usually it is because of it's not as easy to marry it together. So this is a little trick that I started doing because somebody else wanted to do the gingerbread, no, candy cane ornament, and wanted to sew it on, and I wanted to try to figure out the easiest way possible to be able to get into that teeny tiny curve. And sometimes when it is too tiny, because sometimes they're only, you know, 3 stitches wide in that gap, it makes it nigh on impossible at that angle if you have the front and the back on together. I also did this, so just sewing it on when the front is still off was the best remedy. So you can see 90% of the labor goes into this, making your box. And let's not make it more difficult. So this is just going to be hanging right on this edge. I was trying to decide if I should begin and end it on the side. One of the reasons I don't like pre-made cording is because it is more difficult to marry them together just because of how it's manufactured. So just put your curved needle there. Okay? It's a little tricky at first, but I am going to do this. I'm going to put a little dollop of glue here. And tack that down. Okay? Achoo! Oh, goodness. And the reason why I'm doing that, excuse me, is because it'll just helps keep it there and doesn't make me too crazy. So whenever I do sew twisted cording, I keep the piece perpendicular to me. Here's the other issue, is that the metallic golds that they have, now I'm trying to sew right on this, in this back row, okay, of stitches, waste canvas, empty waste canvas. And why am I doing that? Because I want it to roll into the gap, okay, like that. And I bring my thread back like that. But part of the reason why it's more difficult to use the pre-made is because some of it, the gold is metallic, is wrapped in foil, is like a fuzzy fiber, or not fuzzy fiber, but like a filler piece that they have spun foil through. So then when you sew up through it, you end up splitting the foil and seeing white dots all the way along it. Alright, like so. Ah! I missed the waste canvas. And I pull it back to see, so I'm kind of doing like a back stitch. I'm going in between the two twists. Ah, right into my thumb. I did it again. Okay. This mat board being in there needs to have the industrial strength grits. Nope, not that one. So I like the ones that are like a smiley face and not the ones that have straight angles, because you can get a better, closer stitches. Okay, here we go. Now, if you were using this on, say, the coaster like I did, because it had a what they call a composite leather, which is kind of like pleather. You can't sew through it. As you're pulling your thread, fishing line through, it'll create a pull hole. Very bad. Now you see a big rip. I'm letting that slide right in between. Now, I'm going to come and measure out an approximate piece. Ah, get off. Making a mess. I'm very good at it. Playing with the fishing line here. Any type of clear filament, fiber, whatever, is always some form of evil. But clear thread is hands down the ugliest stuff. It's at least 6-pound test, which is what I use. Okay, so why am I doing this? Because I don't want this to untwist, and it will. It is the nature of the beast. Okay. So by having this loose like this, it allows me to twist it tighter or looser as I go around to make sure it all stays approximately the same spacing. I don't know if you've ever noticed as you go around, it likes to unfurl. It likes to look looser and looser and looser, so you constantly have to kind of tighten it as you go around, trying to split that. Now come down and pull that long fiber up. Stitch, long stitch up. And it's easier to do Kreinik, I think, as your gold, because what happens is these are such fine, tiny fibers that they have spun into cording that they can get a little funky and split. Not in the same way as the other ones, but close enough. Now, see, we can pull that right back up when it goes on. We just kind of manipulate it to make it be where we want it to be. Now, there's a lot of glue in this corner. Now I want to reiterate at this point that you're watching me do something that I have not done before. And anytime you do something for the very first time, it always takes you 5 times longer than after you've done it multiple times in a row. And there are times where you've done something multiple times in a row and something happens and it's like, oh, great. Should have seen that coming. And you end up having to take longer anyway. Each piece is a snowflake, even round ones. They're all a little different. They can all cause you agita, intestinal woe, whatever you want to say. It just does. Okay, hold on. Okay. I'm gonna pull that piece of red up. Oh my goodness. Come on. Okay, so why did I do pre-made cording this time? Well, to be honest, it was the right color. My goodness. Come on. Now, you could save yourself a lot of time by gluing the cording on, but nah. going to do it this way. Obviously. Oof. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm gonna end up having to do another piece of fishing line. Got away with it the last time, but not this time. I cannot, because it's done. I'm just going to battle it. Always leave a long tail. Boop. Fishing line. Doesn't have to be that long. the oh goodness. Okay. Piece of visible thread from the previous finisher. We'll get out of there. Come on. 1, 2, 3. And pull. Now, I'm going to pop that off. So that when I go to marry them together, once this is on, then I can manipulate them to hopefully come together seamlessly. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We'll see. So now that we have this on, do that. We need to all right, so I'm going to take this, raise it up a little. And I am going to stick it on. Like so. I gotta not line it up on the like that. Okay. So what I'm doing, I just want it to tack down at this point so that it's not squirming all over as I'm trying to tack it down through into the interior. Okay? Okay, I'm going to leave that there. When it comes down, I'm going to pull that corner out so it's more like that one. Right. Okay. Now, this is where all of the engineering is like, did I do it right? Oh dear. So, how I think I'm going to do this is I have some very thin doll needles. a good way to crucify my nails. Not that I really care about my nails, but you know what I'm saying. What I do have, I'd like them to not become super ugly. Alright. Fishing rod. Just making a really, really big knot. That's what I'm going to do. So I do this with my picture frames. And what I'm doing I'm putting the needle all the way through. Again, pilot hole. Ow! That was brilliant. And where did my line with the knot go? There. There it is. Got to that through I. There we go. Bring it up. Now that is gonna go through the giant hole no matter what I do. So take this and secure it like that with a dollop of glue. Okay. Okay. Now, I'm going to slide it in here, and I'm trying to slide it behind that fiber. Okay, and then I'm going to come up. There. That. You go straight back, down, through. Again, hide that fishing line under a fiber that's already there. All right, I'm going to jump to the middle. Grabbing it back down through. Like that. And come down, way down here. Oop. Let's try to. I'm afraid I don't want to split that fiber, because then when I come back down through, you won't see where that was, right? Right. Okay. Are there easier ways to do this? Maybe. Probably. But this is just kind of how it made sense to me. So, there you go. Oof. I think I hit a glue spot. So, I am going to there's a lot of them there. Sugar. Okay, right there. I lost track. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay. Got itchy on my face. Alright, which side did I just come up on? Can hide it. Ah. Okay. Let's giving me such grief. So I put all those pinholes in. Now I can't see to hold the ribbon down. Now I'm like, wait, where did that, what? I gotta look at. Let's do. Oop, sorry. Oop, oop, oop. Nope. Oh, that's the one that's for the cording, Kelly. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do right now? I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna knot it right under her stitch. Yep, that's what I'm gonna do. Why did I do that? Because I want to try to cinch down these edges. And I don't want to have to keep pulling and stressing this. This is kind of also the way I do the totes that are on baskets. You know, like a heavy weave, wickery kind of thing. Yep. Now, come down to this end. Ooh, not good. I hate to tell you, but we got more hand sewing coming. We still got to put the lining in. Can't show the guts. Okay. There. Good. Flatten that down. I'll pull that up in a second. It's popped down way down under that. Grr. Where are you? Okay. Oop. Okay. That. And ah. That. That. Now. After being finished twice, this canvas edge has seen happier days. Okay. Bring that there. And go. Let me see. Where's the last one going at? There. Okay. Now I'll put the knot here. Then we'll go down and tackle the sides, and then it's on to lining. Are you tired of doing this? Nah, not me so much, but okay. I understand if you decide to take a break. That's why getting projects like this back from places are tough, because you have to set aside, you know, a lot of time. A lot of production places, they just don't have the time. That. done. I'm going to take this and I'm going to pull it up through like that. Alright. And now knit. Alright. Now let's get this cording married and be on our merry way. Oh, first thing I want to do is just get you out from under there a little bit. That's better. And you. Not so far under. We have a pretty good gap to fill there. That's why it is a little difficult to keep it up. Now once I get this on, I'm going to come back through and put a couple more ticks in there so that that side comes down more, or lifts that side up more, whatever you want to say. Alright. So you want to put, so that goes like that. And then this, this. Mm-hmm. And what we're going to do is we're just going to slide this under. Right? Come on, come on, come on, I don't really do it like this, so it's going to be a little challenging. Who doesn't love a good challenge? Me. Some days I just want it to be easy. Just kidding. And there. Just like that. In. Alright. So now what we're going to do is pull that down some. Pull that up some. Because from this side, see how it looks? So I have to put a stitch in so that this goes up and hangs on where the rest of it's hanging on. Make sense? Makes sense. Okay, so we're gonna come back. See, this is why I said, might be wise to not put the cording on. Because the angles are much tougher. So yes, I am coming up in the front because I can't get that angle, okay? And that's going to have to go back. Sorry, I'll move it in a second. So I'm going to pop it like I think like that. All right. Okay, like that. Then bring this down, like this. I'm going to do this whole pull thing again. And bring this up through here. I don't usually come straight up through like that because I don't want to take a chance it'll be seen from the front. Ah! Dang it. Unthreaded. Okay. Okay. Yes. Not horrible, but so go down through here. Nope. It's making it split on this back side. Now, there, like that. Now, I'm doing something I didn't plan on doing. I'm grabbing some of the fabric below. Because I was afraid it might pull. But I gotta do something to try to get this there, like that. Now, you wouldn't think, and when I started, I wouldn't have thought that I would ever go up in to the needlepoint to do what I just did. But sometimes you do things you don't think you ever would when trying to marry pieces together. See, it's doing something ugly, and I'm not happy. It's like, behave yourself. So I kind of call this part lacing a corset. Go back and forth and back and forth until you finally get it right. Come in under here. Can't even tell if you can see this. There. See if that'll help. And up. That. And then push that. Push that. Times like this, I start to growl. And the bakery's closed. No cake consolation. There we go. There. That'll work. It's not. It's a little rough. But these are the challenges I was talking about with the metallic pre-made. Just does not behave the same way. Now, as like Kreinik or trying to marry them is just not as easy. And I'm not quite sure what's going on with those stitches and why they're doing that. Right there. Because see, it's a little uneven. But I'm afraid it's the best I got. So now I'm going to take this, put it straight down through like I did before. Okay, like and that. Okay, where's the other one? Do I come up? Let's do it. Oh dear. Mm. I don't know why that just made me think it was off, but okay. Silly. All right. I can live with that. Definitely was not easy. And again, pre-made. All right. Right. Here we go. Gonna knot it, and then it's on to the back. Okay. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. There's where we're at so far. Okay. Bring it up a little. Now, hoping the lining's gonna go kind of easily. I can hope. I can hope. Ooh, my chair is getting uncomfortable. All right. So I do my lining probably a little differently than some. I have done it many ways, but I constantly go back to this method. Okay. Excuse me for a moment. Just cleaned up a little. All the little bits of gold. All right. So this is the fabric I have chosen for the interior, and I always start with end pieces. So it's a 4-piece process for the sides. They each have individual sides, and I don't know, I just find that it works best for me. So I am going to be a little conservative with these today because, you guessed it, it's a finite amount of material. I could not find more of it. And sorry, but that ribbon is killing me visually. It's kind of, woo. So I have to think about how I do this because it's been a while. So it's folded over and then the dog ears. Give me a minute. Hold on. Okay, so if you guys know me, I am not a big one for measuring and remeasuring. So I'm doing 1, 2, 3 gold lines past. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. Do a little less. Okay. Now, take the end pieces and fold them over like this. And turn on my iron because we are at an ironing part. Cut the exact same size piece. And this one. There's one piece. Here's 2. 2 pieces. No, that's a lot of stripe to see on your screen, huh? Right. And then, oof, we're gonna be close. You. Yeah. Okay. So we need to split the difference. So we're gonna take this. Gonna be tight. Gonna be tight. There. And the dark. There. Just there. That ain't right. It's interesting. Ah, I see. That makes it. Meh. Let's hope it's not. That's plenty. And these. This. So this is the front and the back piece. Done. Iron this crisp. Hold on, I gotta get my press board. Okay. There and there. Then this is down each side. Okay. Oh, oh, sorry. Okay. I'm gonna go measure. Oh, not brilliant. Silly. Should have known better. I don't have that much material on both sides to be doing that. So, 2 stripes. That way. Now, I've seen plenty of people do linings plenty of different ways. Seriously. They put a piece of fabric around cardboard. They do all kinds of different things. And like I said, they work. They do. I just tend to you can see me get all cranky. It's been a while since I've done this. Any of these card boxes lined. So there. Yeah, it's gonna have to be 2. Now we have these lovely stripes to try to keep them square. But sometimes I like to taper this to the bottom because putting it in, when the sides go in, you have to. So we'll just see how it goes. Okay. Then our piece needs to be needs to reach the bottom and turn under a little. So bare minimum needs to go to there. Right? Like that. Correct. Correct. Yep. Is it going to fit in? It's going to fit in. All right. I'm going to press it on this side again because I don't want, if the fabric gets scarred, I want it to be on something that we sew in, right? Okay. That will go down in like that. Let's hope. Might have to do what I was talking about before. Actually, I might have to make this a little thinner. But if I do, it won't reach the top. So we will figure that out as we go. It's always a little ebb and flow with this stuff. Okay, so as I sat here trying to get this lining done, ready, I started looking at the feet, and they really were too close together at the 1 inch, and they were unstable. Every time I pick the box up, it's like doo doo. So there just wasn't enough room between them. So I don't normally do this, but this video is taking so long that I decided I was going to go ahead and try to fix it without, and see if I've screwed it up, which then wasted a day of a video, because then I wouldn't have, well, I might have released it. But so I just took out each foot and marked off a 1/4 inch out. Okay, why 1/4 of an inch? Well, the foot will still cover the previous hole that I made. The screw cap. Okay, that is why. And it worked. So took care of the other 3, and I wanted to show you that even if you make a measuring mistake, go back. Even if you put a hole in it, I just realized that I had that right in front of that screen. So I brought it over to 3/4 of an inch, 1 inch deep. Okay, it's offset it just enough to make it so that it's good. And then we just put the rubber gasket back on. But doing the lining, that would have been the end of it, because then the little bottom goes in. So I think this video is up to maybe 6 hours. Yeah. So it's funny how you remember things differently than they were. And look at that. So much better. So much better. It's not going to fall over. All right. So this, take this, try not to do too hard of a press on that, but it is easier to put it in if you put the little foot on it. Okay, so let's get these others in place. All right. So I look at the end of this, okay, and I want it to go right to this corner, and I'm going to put a dart right there. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing on this side. So the challenge with these is that you need it to come up to this edge, okay? Up to this edge, right? So if you have it just on a piece of cardboard on the inside and you put it in perfectly straight, it's not necessarily going to cover these edges. So what I do, and I got this, I'm forever taking apart manufactured boxes and jewelry boxes and things like this. And I saw this, come on, wake up, give me some steam. There we go. Okay. See, and I think if I remember right, there's a reason why I don't use this material. And it's because that gold likes to, it's like more of a paint, maybe? So I think it smears under the heat. Could be wrong, but pretty sure I'm not. Okay, so now I'm going to put, okay, see our nubs down there? We need to put a riser in there, okay? Needs to be a little narrower. Actually, it could just be this size, and then we do a little cutout. Ooh, we love our styrofoam knot. All right. So it's like, we know it's 1 3/4. I'm going to just cut off. Any of the little posts that are sticking up. Okay, like so. And, you know, I always say, oh gosh, you know, I should have just not done a video of this and just banged it out. Would have taken what it would have taken to do. It wouldn't have expedited anything if I was just going for it. Okay. I actually need that deep of a spacer. My issue is that one of my screws is a little taller than the others. Let's look and see how much it scarred one. Yeah, that's that one. So the whole point is it won't sit evenly unless I do this. We lose a lot. All right, hold on. See, this is what adds time. Okay. I'm gonna guess it's 1/4 of an inch. So grab a piece. All right. This. I still have ironing to do, so I can't use my little cutting mat there. This. Make it shorter where those screws are. Cheeseburgers. Engineering on the fly. Then I don't want things down in there to shake, rattle, and roll as we do it, as we live and they pick it up. All right, so we're going to glue that in. All right, that's that. Now, take this. How long is it? And I am going to put a little slit at the bottom. You'll see why in a second. Alright, here we are. So this point goes let's see how it moves down in a second. Way up here. Okay. Now this needs to be shorter. So I just put a slit in there. Okay. Take my little wonky pin here. wonky pin is going to get trashed. And we go like that. Okay. So why did we cut those darts out and do these little doggy ears right here? Well, push this down in like so. Push this down in like so. Lay it down. Okay. I'm gonna grab this bottom piece, those little slits that I put in, and turn them so they go into the bottom corners. Okay, just like so. Now, this is kind of the best part. When we put our front and back piece in, now we're going to do the other side, that will slide down over the tops of those. You'll see. It's pretty cool. All right. So again, we put our darts. Let's try to center it a little since we don't have a ton of fabric. Okay, I'm gonna cut that like a regular dart. Extreme dart. Okay. Go like that. Come on. Steam it. Wow. Why was it only on 3? Bring it here. That. I really want that gone. Really want that gone. Okay. Alright. So now we have like that. It must be like virtually out of water in this. But I'm not stopping. So now grab this again. Bring it like this. Ooh, that's close. Close, close, close. Pull a little of that up. Okay. It's Those little corner bits that are tough. I want as little mechanics as possible to cover. Now I'm going to lay this down. Ooh. Being forgetful. So the line should go. Ooh, it's a little longer than the last one. Okay. Fold that little flappy bit over that we did. And what'll happen is that that screw that's sticking up still is going to just smash it right down on it. Put multiple little slits over there so that that corner would fold in nicely-ish. Okay. All right. I'm liking the graphics of this. This is looking pretty happy with this. Okay. Now, when this goes in, okay, so now it's even shorter on the interior because of that spacer piece. So we need to go like this. Okay. Now, we need to take a majority of this fabric off because we don't want bulk behind it. We don't need it. Okay. And we need to dart it where the fold is. Okay. And just like we did on the other one, we're going to fold that into an angle. Okay. Do the same thing on this side. So when it goes in, it just goes right in behind. those two little tabs. I'm going to take some of this off. Don't want that much bulk there. Okay. Okay. Right. So what we do, take this, pop it forward, and you slide that piece right in like I got too much bulk in that corner. Oh my giddy aunt. Didn't we talk about things just going easily? Okay, I will dart you some more. My goodness, oh my goodness. You know, someday. That. Okay. Yes. Finally. Now, are you going to lay in here nicely or be a problem child? You know that the answer is to that, right? Because of that silly little seam that I had to put on there. That little tiny one. Seam allowance. Okay, so we're gonna go like this, right across. Same thing's doing. I don't like cutting it this close. With the amount of fabric. Gosh, come on. Okay. trying to finger press it down so I don't have to take out that other corner since it's being a challenge. And not quite fitting. Come on. See what it keeps doing? It keeps popping it up. But I need it to be to here. So you know what? Slide that down on and then deal with this buggery little side. Okay. Okay. Right. There. Okay. 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 Stress high. There. Oofty. Sometimes. I'm telling you. Okay. Deep breath, everyone. Deep breath. Queen of not measuring. Come on, iron. So this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in just a half. Sure, now it steams like heck. Okay, just a little. Right. And again, I'm going to come in just a little. Otherwise, it's just not going to fit inside. We're going to battle the same way we did the last time. Okay. Damn. My palms are not asbestos palms, apparently. This. And we're going to take off. That. Then, oh darn it. Like that. Right. That. Take off your majority. Funny how things come back to you finally. Shows you how out of practice I am with card boxes. That. Sorry, I'm getting desperate here. I'm getting tired. A little hangry, maybe. Heck or high water, this is going to be done today. Now, see how I did. Please, oh please, oh please. Sometimes there's a lot of please, 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 please. don't know about you, but I feel like it's too big. Well, in that respect, it's not too big. But going down the sides, it might be. This is my drama. That I could do without. Do 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 do. And do. All right. Oh, I'm a doubting myself, and I should not, 'cause it fit. Not fabulous on this side, but pretty good. I like it to be a little smoother, but try to get this in the bottom and so nice and snuggly boogly that we don't have to worry about it. So the last piece, I think I'm gonna do the solid like we talked about, because I'm afraid that my fronts and my backs, I won't be able to match them because they are opposite. Oh my god, they're not. Yeah, they are. Yep, they are. So I think I've had enough of the fun times today with this piece, and I am just going to, not, it's all good, it's all good. So we can't measure the top because there's a bevel there. So we have to measure the interior wall, which it would help if I had it facing the right way. So I'm gonna say 3 5/8. And 8 and 5/8. Okay, and I can get rid of my blocking pressing whatever board because I need my cotton mat. Still need that. Now, just cut this. Oof! Yeah. So we have 3. Let's do this side because that side looked wobbly. 3, 5/8. Okay. And we're gonna do 8 and 5/8. Okay. Now, do this. We bevel it. Okay. Doot. 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 They'll just bend over anyway when we put the material around it. Okay. So this is my trick for testing and being able to pull things back out. Okay. Do it like that. Put it down in. See how snug that is? It's got to be about 1/8 of an inch shorter. 1/8 of an inch from 2. One end and the other. Because when we put the material on it, it won't fit in there if we don't. Okay. Right. That bevel. Deep breath, everybody. Deep breath. Okay. Now, if you want to, you can put a little padding on this and have like a little softy in the bottom. Soft base. pillow-like. For testing purposes, it doesn't really matter which side we have in there. Okay, that fits pretty perfectly. Okay, solid color it is. Come on. Alright. I think I'm gonna do a flat. Because that's the way the nap is. Opposite, opposite, pull against it, nice and flat. Yeah, that's the right way. I was questioning myself. Okay. I'm not really worried about much of the bulk because this is going down in and it's going to be sitting on a bunch of other stuff. There's like a void down there anyway, so not really that worried about that. And just when you think the end is near, it's time to sew. Hand sew. Yeah, you know it. Hand sewing. Okay. So I'm going to hand sew this first. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I put this in first and then I go. So I'm just going to go ahead and sew this on. And then oof, where's my leather? There it is. Oop, that's a broken one. It's a good one, of the kind I like. Now typically, I usually am doing down a seam and I can kind of bury the beginning and end of the cord on where I start and finish. But we will be doing cording along the top of this after. And let's hope I can marry it a little better this time. Not that it was bad below, but it's a major challenge when you sew the cording on first and you don't have this little tuckable thing that you can do in the back. So I'm going to start and end in a corner instead of the middle back because of the cording. And just hope for the best, right? Yes, right. Okay, and I am going to put it down lower, so I'm gonna do okay. So I got a haircut and I can't take it anymore for having this in my eyes. Hope I don't look too crazy pants. My ears are off. Yeah, because the off-kilter ears are what make me look crazy. It's the ears in general, Kelly. Anyone who hasn't watched my videos before, this is the only headband that fits my pumpkin head. It doesn't give me a headache. Eh, come on. You don't want to stab up in the middle of uh, the material over here, because it then will scooch in, see if I can get that to not be washed out. Because then you'll see that pull mark, the hole where it goes in. See, this is where I end up breaking needles, is because I try to do it in one pull. Instead of just continuing my ladder stitch and being patient. Oh, being patient is so hard. I'm going to do a back stitch here because I want to pull that towards the corner. Okay, I went back, then I went forward. Sorry guys, I'm trying. Am I done yet? Gosh. Heaven only feels that way for me. Heaven only knows how it feels for you. Oh, that's right. You turned it off. I don't blame you. Or you fast forwarded. And I don't blame you there either. Totally off screen again. Trying to make sure it can sort of in focus. Not that you want to be looking at my craggy hands in focus, but now you might say, why don't I just sew the cording on at the same time as the lining? Because it doesn't work, unfortunately. Seems like good theory at the time, and then you do it and you go, oh, okay. Hey. There. that. Okay. A little dent in my foam core there, but I got that pulled over well. Yeah. Come on, you. Cover up some sins here. So that's the problem with darts in a corner. They like to split, and then you get fuzzy bits. Thank goodness we have cording that's going on. Do, 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 do. Okay. This is almost as crazy for length than the clutch zoom class that we did that ended up taking like a ridiculous amount of time. Oh, wow. I was right there. Right there. Denied. Where is, so there, so I need to come to there. Okay. And done, and cut, 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 cut. Now, it's really tempting to just come in and do lots of sorry. Lots of big stitches to get around and put this on because of taking all this time, and it's just, but you've taken all of this time. Don't do the kind of quick and dirty and just wham it on there, because what'll happen is then the cording will roll off the top and you'll see that top seam. And oddly enough, we are almost there. Not oddly enough, but we're almost there. Happily, we are almost there. Okay. My fishing line. to stop every so often because it doesn't like huge, like one long take. Nope, doesn't like it. And it does really dumb things. So, can't tell. Hold on. Okay, looks focused. You know, I look crazy enough. All right. You saw nothing. And no, it doesn't have anything but lemonade in that. It probably should have something else, but it doesn't. Okay, here we go. So I come up on the back. Come between the twists. Grab the front. Go through the back. Okay. So even though it looks like I am taking big steps when I'm sewing this on, I'm not, because I keep coming back almost as far as I go up. And that just slides right in between. Okay, don't pull too hard and create a pucker. Okay. Constantly twisting. Making sure they're all relatively the same. Okay. Do, 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 do. Oh, I can just see all of you are just chomping at the bit to take this as an advanced finishing class. Like, no, I don't think so, Kelly. 'Cause that's what I'd be saying. You want me to do what? I don't think so. Maybe a business card holder would be better. EB tiny. Hey. Might not seem that exciting, but it's one side closer to done. I have to look up every once in a while, make sure my computer hasn't run out of memory for videotaping. Don't laugh, it's happened. I don't like this cording. A hard time getting between and not having any weird splits. I have to go back and roll it, make sure it's gonna not look funky. Is that do 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 do. Really? I only put enough to do this far? Gosh, I thought I pulled a nice long piece of fishing line for this. Apparently not. So I'm grabbing the fabric and trying to go in between where I stitched the last time so that the lining doesn't bubble. I think it's doing okay. Come on, stop being a pain. Okay. Turn, camera back. I'm gonna go like that. Okay. So on these corners, I'm overturning them a lot more so that they don't split, because the twist wants to kind of get funky and not be smooth. Okay. Okay. Recording is so enthralling, isn't it? Is the paint dry yet? Because that's what it feels like. I think I'm going to knot this one off and get another piece of fishing line. Oh. Okay. One, two, three. One, two, three. Okay. Whoop. Almost there. Okay, what are you doing? Aside from being crazy. There. And I'm off. Camera. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Okay. That needs to stop doing that. It's annoying me. I know. Keep going, Kelly. Don't look back. I don't know why, but I expected to look up and see that it was dark. Now, I'm seeing. Okay. It's just how it is. Eh, muck it up right at the end. What is this? Oh, what did I do? Did I just go through that twice? It's weird. So weird. Okay. Okay. That goes there. This. There. Like that. Jeez, I'm cutting it awful close with my fishing line again. Okay. That. Yeah. So about a 1/4 inch past where this ends. Just a second, you'll be able to see a little better. So here's where the cording begins, about a 1/4 of an inch past that spot. We tie it off. Okay. Smash it, glue it, smash it, arrowhead it, then slide that end right behind that end. Okay, like this. Flip it, and then push it, and manipulate. Let me see, which one is that? Okay, so I gotta take that one out and put it back in at a looser twist. Okay. That. So that when they come together, cheese and crust. Did I cut them too short? Cut it too short? This would be bad. Right there. Yeah. Right. And that's it right there. I feel like I'm pushing my look. Right there. Okay. Lacing time. Let's see if I can get it somewhat smoother. So I'm going to come straight through here, like that. Okay. Pull that. Okay. Come here. Push that back in. Push that back in. Like that. I know, all you see are fingers. Come up through here. And up. There. Through there. Oh my goodness. There. There. And up a little. Oh yeah. So I'm gonna go in there. Like that. And I just say, I definitely like it better when I'm able to pull the cording around and make it go down a side or something like that, because woof, marrying cording. Not my favorite, but a necessary evil nonetheless. Okay. Grab and furl and okay. And then we pull it back under and through, long tail, tail. Boom. Okay. What? No. No, 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 no. Really? Is it really gonna do it? Okay, so one of the things that I found about when you are putting your... Oh, hold on, please. A little cording issue. I have to be very careful because we do not want to disconnect our camera. Okay. Okay, here we go. So what I'm gonna do is quite literally, I'm going to put this in. And this is just for safety's sake in case the lining does something really kind of dumb, which sometimes it does. Buckles, puckers, whatever. Oof. Ooh, I'm looking a little worse for wear, guys. Okay. This is the front of the box. So, what I do is, because we're looking at the one side, I want you to put the front side in first. And you know what? Okay, if I gotta pull this out, I'll get the magic butter knife. I can't do it. Okay. So we put the front side in first and kind of push it down against the front so it pulls this nice and tight. Okay. Well, it should, but we have weird little feet at the bottom here. So I'm just going to keep feeding it. Do a little on both sides. A little on both sides. Let's make sure that that dumb thing did it again. Okay, magic butter knife. So this side is being a bit of a pain. That seam keeps wanting to pop up. Okay. Stay there. making sure it's not going to pop out. Anybody turns it upside down. Okay. Oh, magic butter knife. This is being such pain. I feel like it needs a little persuading because our material is so thin on that side. Lay it down like this. And I'm going to bring it like this. We have certain tools for a reason. And sometimes they are to get things that don't want to stay where you need them to stay in the right place. Okay, so we know it fits well. We know that our seam is going to stay down now when we do this. So we will commit. All right, a bunch of glue on the bottom. And we carefully put our bottom in because we don't need it flipping wrong way up. I needed to put that up a little higher when I got it to. Come on. Try to evenly. Okay. Okay. And it's done. I know. I know what you're thinking. I do. Got some schmutz on here that is just paper. Okay. This is done. Sorry, I have someone odd walking around outside of my studio. And I don't know who they are. Okay. So thank you for watching it to the end, if you watched it to the end. And thank you for bearing. I'm so tired, I don't even know what I'm saying. I hope that this helps you have an option for your piece that you might want to tackle. And I just really thank you for all of your constant support and joining me in my classes. And if you'd like to see more videos, they're obviously are on my playlist, and you can find me on Instagram and on Facebook under Stark Art Designs. Thank you so much for sticking with me. I'm sorry I'm so out of it now, but I did shoot it straight through the day. Thank you so much. And keep finishing. I know you can do it, even if you think I'm crazy, that you can do this.